But you should be all set to go. And that's a facilitator guide as well, so you can like follow this. This is for you.
Yeah, how you doing? It's nice class from the other day.
It was good.
I wasn't there because I wasn't expecting to teach. So I was not prepared.
We met. How much experience do you have as a real estate agent? Both of you? Not a lot, huh? All right, good. Well, my name's Ryan. I've been in real estate, I think, 9 years now. So, I've done all the leadership stuff that you can do, I guess. I've been on the ALC, on the international ALC, where I vote at the conferences for policies. Uh, yeah, I've gone to Leadership Academy. I don't know. I think it did it all. So now I'm here to help. And today we're going to talk about winning with the buyers. So what can you do to set yourself up and win on the buy side? And frankly, I'm using Command a lot. I don't know if you're using Command, but we'll get your computer out. We're going to go over it and I'll show you how you can do all this stuff right out of your computer. That's what I'm currently doing. I'm building out a program that you can basically click and paste and it'll just do what you need it to do. So we got three parts of the transaction, and then closing, right? So we're going to talk about A buyers. What are A buyers? They're your good buyers. These are the ones who are going to actually qualify and be able to buy a house. Getting the appointment, we'll talk about what you need to do to get an appointment. Preparing the buyer for a buyer consultation, conducting that buyer consultation. So what do you need to go over with your buyers? Have you done a buyer consultation yet? Either one of you guys? No? All right, good. We'll do a mock one today. Getting the signed buyer, right? So we need to get these signed buyer agreements in order to show buyers houses. Sometimes they may push back. We can talk about strategies against that. We'll do a recap and you'll talk about your ahas and like what you've learned today. And then we'll talk about implementing a daily success system that'll help you move forward with this stuff and be able to put it to use so you actually make money. All right. Gary Keller says the right approach to close for a meeting is the only approach. You just ask for it, right? Pretty simple. So what's an A buyer? You're looking for A buyers. This is your lead capturing funnel, right? So all your prospecting, marketing work, everything that you're doing to try to get people to talk to you about real estate. Database, form relationships, strengthen those relationships. Funnel people to send you business, so get you to send you referrals. It's pretty simple. It's all in command. So you can take your cell phone. There's an app on your cell phone, and you can upload all your contacts from your phone into Command, which is great. And then you can just set a smart plan up as a quarterly call plan that will put them on course so that you call 10 a day, 20 a day. If you have 900 people in there, you can call 10 a day. If you have 1,800, call 20 a day. So we'll go over the 7 steps of the buyer circuit. So we'll leads go to become appointments. We'll prepare for the buyer consult, do the buyer consult, find a home, offer and negotiate the contract, and close the contract. And then what kind of post-closing systems you can use, right? What are your ahas so far? What have you learned? Anything? pick up anything so far? Nothing? You guys knew all this? Getting the appointment, how do you convert these A buyers? So somebody says, hey, I'm looking to buy a house. I just got pre-approved with this bank. What do you say? Yeah, well, I do too. What do you say?
Right, that's
Yeah, I mean, anything's, yeah. Great, you're pre-approved. I'm a real estate agent. Let's sit down so I can find out a little bit better about what you're looking for and see if I can help you find your next home. Boom, super easy, right? So like, hey, great, you got pre-approved. Somebody says that to me. Oh, that's great, because I'm a real estate agent. So when can we find some time together? Then you get their contact information, right? So when can we find some time together, to do this? So I'm gonna open up my command. I'm gonna take down number here, and then set them up on an 8x8 smart plan or something like that. This new lead. So like, I mean, super easy. Just answer their question. Hey, I mean, you can work with buyers who have a pre-qual from a lender, right? Yeah, hell yeah, you can. So, so try to, yeah, and then you schedule it just like an adult does, right? All right, well, when can we schedule a time where we can sit down, go through all the paperwork? I can collect all the information and kind of look through some houses and see what you like. When's a good time sit and do that? And then they tell you a time. And if they don't tell you a time, and they're giving you pushback, then you give them two choices, right? So when would be a good time? I'm looking at my calendar. I could do Tuesday at 5 o'clock, or would 6 o'clock be better for you? Right? So you give them alternate closed choices. And I think that's in your manual. So yeah, so I'm not going to leave anybody on the table. So what are you going to do, on this appointment? Oh, so why do we need to meet? Well, so I can show you the benefits of working with an agent, you know, or you can do a take back close. Well, if you don't, if you're not working with me, chances are you could end up with a bad agent at a bad moment. It's like a take back close, right? Well, I mean, sure, you could go look at houses yourself, but you could end up with somebody you don't trust, right? So, well, these are good sales tactics, right? So somebody's giving you a little pushback as to why they don't want to really meet, but they just told you that they're so there's only one answer. The answer is they don't trust you yet, right? And so we want them to trust us. So you basically ask them, well, I would hate for you to fall in the hands of somebody that you don't trust as much as me. Then what are they going to say? They don't trust you right to your face? Probably not, right? So, I mean, it's a good tactic. Negative, positive close, you can do, negative, positive things, point out the negative side, not using an agent, which, higher lawsuits, more time spent, bad negotiations, things like that. And positives, you're protected by our E&O insurance. We have attorneys on staff. We work with, I do this all the time. I work with great lenders and title companies. Give them what they're looking for. So you want to make sure you're finding out like what they like. And do a trial close. Trial closes are easy. Trial closes are something that you can say, ooh, I really like that shirt. Do you always wear those that shirts? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Or whatever. So you're just asking you're getting a yes before the yes comes. So, so you think you're ready to buy a house today? Yeah. Okay, great. Am I the guy you want to do it with? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, right. All right, we'll sign this paperwork and I'll get working for you, right? So trial closes are just getting people to say yes before the big yes, right? Just trying to see, because oftentimes people will be closed. No, they'll stand like this. No, I don't know. I don't know. Well, so give them something they can say yes to. They're playing that game. You know what I mean? Use tie downs. So yeah, if they're objecting to the appointment, like I said, I mean, the biggest thing is they don't trust you, right? And so how do we build trust? You want to show that you're a professional agent. Well, let me set an appointment on my calendar. That's what a professional does, right? So we can sit down and talk about everything, and I can make sure I get all the information so I can best help you, right? You want to empathize, identify the real issues, offer a solution. The real issues always comes down to trust, or they don't think you're capable of doing the job, right? I've read a book on this. It's called The Speed of Trust, and that's what it comes down to. Do they think you're smart enough and good enough at your job to do this for them? And then do they trust you enough to do this for them, right? And so you need to be able to show them, very quickly those two things if you want to be successful in this business. Those are the only two things. Yes, I know what I'm doing. I have title companies, lenders. I have a checklist that I follow that allows me to make sure that we get through your thing. And I have a bunch of agents I can go if you haven't done a deal before, right? So how do you overcome that objection when you're brand new? That's it. Hey, I run off a checklist. I have a whole office full of agents I can ask if I have questions, if anything should come up. And license ready to work, like let's do this, right? So just let them know that, hey, I take this job seriously if you're brand new. And then you also want to make sure they trust you. Hey, I show up at the office. I'm in the office every day, showing up, talking to agents, I won't screw this up. So what kind of ahas do you have about getting the appointment? Ready?
I mean, I think it's I think it's crucial to be confident when you're on the phone. That's another way to build trust, just letting them know, like, even if you don't know what you're doing, just not hesitating to ask for the appointment, and then handle the objection when it does come. So just be confident. I don't know, like I really want to work with.
Listen, do you know more than 95% of the people on the street? Yeah, probably, right? Like just having your license makes you an expert in this field. So you're in the top 5% of all people. We think we walk in here and there's people, who've been doing this forever and they're really good at this. We're comparing ourselves with them when the general public sees us all as equals. For real. So that's a limiting belief that we have in our own heads, right? So once they say, yeah, they're going to meet with you, you want to confirm that appointment. All right, great. So Tuesday at 5 works best for you. Let me confirm your appointment. You can do that right through Command too. Did you know that? So you can set these appointments once you save your contact. You can go down here and you can set an appointment. You can add tasks to people, and you can schedule it out right through Google, and it'll put an appointment right on your calendar for you. And it'll put the appointment, if you have their email address, it'll put the appointment on their calendar as well. Does that make you look like a professional? Yes, it does. And then you also want to put in the location, make sure everybody knows where they're meeting. I always call the day of. I'm meeting either a buyer or seller, just to confirm that appointment. You can ask some further questions, make sure you complete your buyer's guide. So what are you gonna do on that appointment? And you can take this with you. I mean, this is like, take paperwork and stuff with you. So you can write it down and get all the information you need. So you want to do a needs analysis, right? So tell me about the house that you're looking for, so I can close my eyes and visually see it, right? And depending on their disc profile and what kind of person they are, they're going to describe this home differently, right? So you have to keep asking questions until you gather enough information in your mind where you can actually picture this out and start to put together like maybe where you've seen those houses in the, you know, the city before, right? So now you can get maybe a neighborhood match for somebody based on their price range and the house styles that they're looking for. All the different neighborhoods have, you know, different price ranges and styles to them. So, you know, have they been pre-approved? If you should always have like 2 or 3 lenders that you're good friends with that you can send to for pre-approvals whenever somebody calls you, because they're going to be your biggest hookup. You get a good lender that sends you back somebody in under a week. I mean, they're still motivated, they're excited because they got all their stuff, and you know they're going to comply with, you know, most of your stuff. So having good lenders, you know, and that makes the whole transaction process, once you've worked with a lender a few times, it makes the transaction process really smooth. Set them up for home searches on the MLS. You can do that right through command up in the top right of their contact card. So if you pull up contacts, up in the top right, there's a save search, and you can do a search right in command based on like their criteria. Then you start showing them houses. I usually give somebody who is not pre-qualified one house or like one visit, you know, because I don't want to turn somebody down. But after that, we have to sit down for a buyer's consult. I mean, they also have to sign the buyer's paperwork, but we need to sit down for a buyer's consult and talk about like, you know, what, you know, but sometimes you can get that one and done. So, you know, usually you want to pre-approve beforehand, right? So, so I always tell them like before our meeting. So if I'm meeting you on Tuesday to talk about buying a house, I'm going to send you to my lender today. They'll be in contact. If you could talk to them and see, you know, what you can get pre-approved for, that's going to really help out our conversation, because then we'll know how much, you know, how much you can spend on a house, and we can start to, you know, put the pieces together, right? Because without that piece, we're just guessing, right? And so then, you know, so that encourages them to go talk to the lender. Well, I have a couple people that I trust, you know, again, you're extending your network of trust out now. And so if you have good lenders that you work with, they're going to approve of your, they're going to validate you, right? When you send them out to your friends out to them. Because they're going to be like, oh yeah, they were great. Then you sit down, you talk about all this stuff, go through, like, set all the expectations for how things play out, what you should have in your buyer's guide. You can get these buyer's guides right out of command as well. If you go down to designs, they have pre-formatted ones, and then you can just stick your face and your own information in there, and they work really well. You can update all this stuff in here. There you go. There's one right on command in templates, your guide to home ownership. It's great too. So what paperwork are we taking to the buyer consult? What do you got? Anybody? What do you take?
System guide.
Okay.
Made a bother with it.
Yeah.
Um,
System guide, buyer's agreement.
It's not a test, I'm just asking what you take.
That, yeah.
So those two things, what else?
Um, that's pretty much the main two.
Right. Well, they're the main two that you
Yeah.
get some.
Yeah.
No, I like it. I mean, I'm just curious, like what people take, and I was, if they take like a guide to home ownership.
Yeah, because it like a buyer, I have like the laminated buyer's guide.
Okay.
And I go through it. It's in a binder. Then I go through it with them and just pretty much explaining the whole buying process.
Do you go over like the purchase contract or anything like that?
Yeah, like go through, go through the purchase contract and then go through like for example, like the process, like looking for a home, finding a home, and then go talk about like the artist, section here, what they're looking for. Talk about the appraisal, if what happens either way, and then just pretty much the process from when you looking for a home until close.
So how often do you practice that?
Not often,
Put me on this.
not often, but
No, these are the most important
I
things, I
mean,
think, right? Like,
not often, but I remember, I try to remember, like to, but
well, I'm putting together, I'm sorry to pick up, I'm just putting together, like, if I can build the perfect day for an agent
yeah,
so that they can make 150 to 200 grand a year. And what systems would need to be in place and what do they do all day,
yeah. I don't utilize command to its full potential, which I need to.
I don't think anybody does.
But-
That's,
But I mean, those are the things that I know now, just from, I just know, okay, talk about this, talk about that, and, if they have questions, if they have questions, how to address them.
easy. Pretty easy. Do most people sign everything?
And then,
Yeah. I mean, so most people will sign everything. I mean, I haven't had anybody push back on this buyer agreement. So these are all great questions that you should ask during this appointment, right? And you can take this with you. I mean, if you print out the one from Keller Williams, it's right in there, right? So as you're going through, well, hey, look, so let's sit down and talk about your wish list, right? And what you need in this home. Any non-negotiables, right? Like we're not gonna be near a busy road. We have small kids, we don't want them near a busy road. Okay. So, I don't know why they have this neighborhood insights in here, but we'll take a look at here. Oh, this just shows like that we send these neighborhood insights out, and you can do like little snaps on different neighborhoods in Cincinnati. So you could literally put this on your social media. Here's buyer's guide. I'm telling you, it's great. You don't really need anything else. You just need this buyer's guide and your paperwork. And then buyer's guide, if you just walk through it with them, the questions answer themselves. It's pretty easy. So if you forget stuff, it's right there. What kind of ahas do you have with this? Yeah, and I would put her on like a, either a monthly or bi-monthly call thing. So like, make sure you're checking in every month if they're looking to buy in the next 6 months. So anybody, my standard operating procedures are like anybody who wants to buy in the next year or sell in the next year that tells me that, I'm gonna stick them on a monthly call, smart plan. And then, it'll come up in my task. Tell me, hey, you need to call this person.
So
Well,
if
you
she
know.
said that she's already, like she's working on her credit, so she knows she has to. And so I was signing an agreement, I signed an agreement so that I would work, to say that I would work with her.
You could sign it now. You could sign it now. Yeah. I mean, if they're interested, and tell them, like, I don't know if you've used Blue Up Mortgage, but they're working on a client of mine, he pledged credit negotiate, and they're working on it right now. So buy, sell. So tell, if you do that, that person call her. I know you said you wanted to work on the credit alone, but I work with this really great lender who can identify exactly what you need to do, which bills you need to pay, and which ones you probably should, that will get your credit even higher and buy home faster. So, if you mind, if I put you in touch with but they've had some really tremendous results as far as credit scores go.
Maybe you're not.
Yeah. Let's see. Warren, yeah, Warren Cooper.
They're, this one. But, they're from, they're in the front, this says Willows, but I don't know who's numbers, but I have Willows. He does do the credit.
All right, next section is the buyer consult. So going into that consult, if you say I am knowledgeable and caring and the best agent for these clients, they will appreciate my expertise and preparation and choose me to represent them to buy a home as they buy a home, right? Why would they choose you? Because they trust you. That's it. And you're a professional. You know what you're doing. They don't. So that's it. But if you got to make sure that you believe that too. And you're the best agent because you actually care about these people, right? I don't care about them, unless they're my client, right? So don't write love letters anymore. I don't know if you guys have ever done that. I have. I used to write them for my clients because I'm a good writer. They're illegal. So, but yeah, because I would go in and I would basically scout out the house and be able to tell like what people were into, like what their interests were a lot of times if it wasn't staged home. And then I could make a comparison between my clients and these clients and find something that they both had congruent. Get that? Yeah, you can't do that. It's against licensing. I guess. Not saying I never did it though, because it was ambiguous for a time. There was there were a lot of people were telling you to do that. In fact, there was a whole movement of people doing it through video and having their clients like sending a video from their clients to the sellers in order to buy a home. That was like there's a whole set of people out in California who were doing this for real. That was like the revolutionary thing to try to win in multiple offers because multiple offers got so bad. So I don't know. So getting the agreement signed, talk about that. If you guys wouldn't mind, I do collect evals because I'm going to try to do this master faculty thing probably next year at whatever that. I'm going to start teaching a lot more. So So I do collect evals. I appreciate you guys on there. This is Ignite Win with Buyer. And my name is Ryan Raleigh. I can write that on the board. I'm in the drop down box actually. All right, let's talk about closing for the agreement. Does anybody send their clients their KWU app? Or your friends or anything like that? Like that's a big winner, right? Because getting them to use that over Zillow. Uh, so you can do it right from here. So you go up in this corner and it says share my KW app link. And I can send it right to my wife, right? So that's a great way to like start getting interactions. They can schedule, and you can tell them, they'll be like, "What? You have your own app?" Yeah. So they can schedule, showings with you and stuff like that. You'll get alerts through your command. So that's a great way to work with buyers. Any ahas about that? What's going to make you feel more confident walking into your next buyer appointment that we can talk about today?
Knowing exactly what you're talking about, and I know it sounds silly, but like knowing exactly what's on the paperwork and how to explain that to a buyer.
Well, let's pull it up. Who's got their command up? Go into designs. You can pull up. No, computer without.
I was using that example. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
let's pull it up and do it. So how do we prep these appointments? So I got a buyer. I want to buy, so I'm going to do a create a design, right? I'll come down here to designs, go create a design. And do a print design.
This is Ignite, what? 2011. I won't class.
Well, here's your starter kit. And presentations. Two down here. Guide to home ownership. You guys see where I went with that? So I'm in design.
And
My
buyer.
template is
Wait,
I went down to presentation.
is it the buyer presentation?
Yeah. And this will give you guide to home ownership. And you can put your first and last name on that. So you can change that out. Down here, logo. And on my office. So your office images should be in here. If it's not, you can ask Peyton or somebody to See if we can get those figured out. and then see what's on page two. You have watch list? So we're on page two, let's go through. Let me see here. This. Trying to read it on the computer.
And it's not-
Yeah, we'll pull this up. It's a good.
Brian, I am gonna have to leave in like 10 minutes.
It's all right.
I appreciate all this good information. I don't think I have access to the man.
How do you not have access?
Because I'm on the Supreme Groups and I never got the login.
You have to have, access. Every single person has access on.
Okay.
They probably just never told you. What.
Yeah.
You going to the meeting?
No, I am going.
You going to the meeting?
Yeah, that's why I said I gotta leave.
Oh, I gotta leave too.
Oh, that's all
I
time.
know, I gotta leave too.
That's a sick wife, baby. Yeah, stay out of the way there.
That's the worst. But at least you're not, you don't want those germs.
Stay healthy though. Eat well and stretch. So yeah, does this make you look like a professional? Heck yeah, it does, right? And I'm day one. All I did was put my name on the front, right? And I already have this. And so if I had an appointment day one, I could just print this out and go right through, right? And then you can customize each one if you wanted to, put like client name or whatever. So, and then that's your name, all your mail stuff down here, right? So you got an instruction page. Got a table of contents. So you're making it, investing in a home is a great thing to do. Your needs come first. This would be a great time to introduce the consumer guide to agency relations, right? And so you talk about your duties, right? So here are my duties to you. By law, I need to follow your lawful instructions. I need to be loyal to you. And have your best interests in mind. Receive it. Any money, make sure any money handled during the transaction is accounted for. And yeah, basically tell you everything I know. So do you agree with that? Also, we work with anybody regardless of their skin, race, color, creed, whatever, as long as their money is green, we're here to work with them. So you can do that, and then you can build your profile preference, like You can ask them these questions. These are great questions, right? What's your favorite information, favorite way to receive information? Is it email, call, text? What's the best time to reach you? Morning, afternoon, evening, anytime, stuff like that, right? These are important too, because you want to know when you can reach your client. And you want to set expectations of when they can reach you. Hey, you know what? I'm busy. I go in and out of appointments all day, and I try to return your phone call. If it's an emergency, let me, leave a message, let me know. I'll try to return it faster. Usually I return phone calls within 2 to 3 hours. If sometimes it gets to the next day, but I always return phone calls within 24 hours. Is that better than like trying to answer every phone call and feeling like you're stressed out all the time, right? Setting expectations. So you got your wish list. This just has a bunch of questions on it for the next 3 pages. You can literally just ask these questions, right? And then write down their answers. This is what a professional does. And it's super simple. Professionals aren't the most knowledgeable. They're the best at doing the job, right? And it's, you don't have to know everything about real estate. I certainly don't, right? But I know how to do this job well. And so I can ask these questions. The same as you, right? So it's super easy. I just have done it time of over task. What kind of neighborhood are you looking for? What are some features in the neighborhood, right? Some people want to live in the cul-de-sac home. Some people don't want anything like that. I've never looked at all these, but there's, obviously all kinds of stuff. You can do neighborhood insights. And so neighborhood insights, you can tell them, hey, we have this program. It'll kind of give you some insights as to how the market is running in your neighborhood or one of the neighborhoods that you're interested in. Right? This goes over how buying works. Want to partner with an agent, get pre-approved, find your new home. Literally buying 101, right? So go straight down the list. Make sure you don't skip anything because you want to talk to them about all this stuff. You can do it quickly. But you want to go over all these points so they know that you're a professional and you know that you went over all this stuff when they start calling you questions. Did you go back to that handout I sent you? It says it right in there. Financing your first home. So you can talk about different loans. You can refer them to Keller Mortgage. Whoever your loan officers are. Here's competitive advantages about Keller Williams in general, right? If you have some people who will say nice things, I highly recommend getting like 3 people who will say something nice about you and then put it on here and then they get that. Super easy, right? You do stuff with the community. You can always add pages too. There's stuff in here that you want. Here's stuff on your app of how your app works. Here's commonly used terms. This is like gold. All you got to do is literally change this information up.
So we download this from our library.
Yeah. So if you go into designs, and then
Okay.
so you go through all your pages and just wherever. Yeah, wherever this stuff is down here, you can change it to your team name and then 7 Hills and then put your name and contact information. And then, like I said, get 3 testimonials from somebody who trusts you. Because if you haven't worked with anybody yet on deals and you have no professional trust, but you have established trust in your life, somebody, right? So I think there's a guy right here.
So we're gonna go through this package with the buyer at a consultation, and we're gonna go through and have to answer all those questions.
Yeah.
Okay, we are.
No, that's the whole point. Because you want to know, so do you want your buyer leading you around to every single house in northern Kentucky or southern Ohio? No. And so you want to be able to, if you don't know this information, one, this is what a professional does. They gather all this information, right? And two, if you have all this information and they send you a house, you can go, well, it doesn't have the second bathroom that you like, right? So how badly, going back to your conversation, so how badly do you really need that second bedroom? Or should we look at homes with 1.5 baths or 1 bath? Tell me about your life if you didn't have a second bedroom, right? And let them make that decision. And if they really want that house bad enough, go show it to them. But usually they'll just, you know what, you're right, we do need 2 bathrooms, right? Or we do need that garage. So, well, this house doesn't have a garage, right? So just want to make you aware, because you don't want to drive 30 minutes to some property. They walk in, they're like, oh, it doesn't have a garage. Like, of course it doesn't have a garage. It was right there on the listing, but they weren't aware or they didn't care because they thought the inside was cute.
Yeah.
And they get there and they say, well, it doesn't have a garage. It's not going to work for us. Well, you just spent a half an hour driving out there, half an hour during this, appointment, and then a half an hour, driving home disappointed because you looked at a house that could have easily been weeded out. Yeah.
I just know there's so many like free listings, free qualifications, free, so I didn't know this was something that we just sitting with them and then we're coming back to the table.
No, I mean, the best thing to do is to take notes.
Get it out.
Yeah, talk to them and take those notes right there so that, you have this information and you have a detail, and then you can go put those notes into command. And now you have it forever locked in there, so you can scroll back and say, did I talk about this when I talked to them? And so, yeah, so I would use this, like, there's a million different things, and I think that's the problem with our company. We've lost getting back to basics. And when the onslaught of this technology and everything is to help us get back to the basics, right? Yeah. That's 100%. So I mean, you're sitting here, you're doing this home ownership buyer guide, so you print this off, and then do you use dot loop or do you use DocuSign? So if you go into like one of these loops, you're going to pull out the consultation document. So you have this exclusive buyer representation agreement. That has to go. And you can pre-fill that out. There's a couple little sections in there that need filled out, like how much commission you're going to charge them. You can charge them whatever they'll agree to.
Okay, so do you just assume that they're doing exclusive agency?
Yeah.
No,
If
I'm
you're
just
gonna
saying,
work
like,
with me, then
I didn't know
yes.
that was something I really learned in school, all the different- take that one.
Yeah, that's how I operate my business. So if somebody wants to work with me and, then yeah, it has to be an exclusive. So, on both the buy and sell side. So if I'm going to a seller's house, if they have to, exclusive right to sell contract with me, and then a buyer has the exclusive buyer agreement.
Do you ever get those property specific? The one, like, because I have one.
I've done it. I've done that before.
They're by itself, but then once you sign a property specific first, and then something kind of exclusive, then I'll have to list them.
Right.
So you got another
Sometimes I do the property specific, walk a buyer through and then help me get the listing later on. If the buyer doesn't like it. Cause you just stay in contact. Yeah. So-
Right, right.
So definitely the exclusive buyer representation agreement. We can walk through that. So that one opens up, if you want to pull that document up. We'll walk through that document too. So I would take this buyer agreement that we're gonna walk through. So it says representation agreement in terms, so this just goes through you, and so you're gonna put your buyer's name in there. Our brokerage is Keller Williams Seven Hills, then you're gonna put your name, you're gonna put the date, and then you're gonna go out like 6 months or so. I always end all my contracts on the 30th of the month. I do that specifically because I have a poor memory, and I don't want, like, if I'm gonna have to have a conversation about either keeping our agreement together or parting ways, I want to have that kind of plan first thing to pay every month. So I'm not like, oh crap, like, looks like house is gonna expire tomorrow. I gotta call. Then I gotta have that conversation, but my wife's important, baby's throwing up on me. And yeah, I don't want to have that conversation. But if I know it's coming on the, on the 28th or 29th, I can prepare myself, set aside time to have this conversation.
How long do you usually do a buyer rep?
Like 6 months, 3 months, I don't care. I mean, if I gotta re-sign, them, I re-sign them.
Yeah, unless depending on their timeline.
I was doing a year
Yeah.
because of the seller's market. I was doing a year because it was hard to find something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really keep any money to them anyway. In fact, I'm probably firing more buyers than I am. You don't play with me, right? Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you're gonna have to go with something else. So this one goes through your duties as a licensed salesperson. So you can outline all those. So this contract would be a good one to memorize and be able to explain to your friend. So if you can do this one, all these things you can practice with somebody who's not in real estate, and it's good practice. So the more you do it, the more comfortable you'll feel. So next time you get a buyer, wanting to sit down with you, you'll know exactly what that routine feels like, which is, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna talk about the home buying process, answer any questions you may have, and then we're gonna go over the paperwork that I need required, or that's required for you to sign, so I can start working for you. So this is the first one. These are the duties of the licensed salespeople. Make a diligent attempt to identify the real estate. So I would go through each one of those and talk about that, right? And then duties as a buyer, right? You are agreeing to pay me and do this, and and
That's right. I gotta go.
yeah.
Do I not have to go
Thanks for
to
coming.
the same
Yeah,
thing?
thank you guys. Go through everything, agency, fair housing, different offer types, different compensation types. So how much are you offering? This guy signed at 3%. You could have them pay you a fee if you wanted to. So they gotta pay you $1,000 regardless, whether they use you or not, right? So there's different ways that you could collect the money. And then you want to make sure you get that signed. You want to send the Ohio Consumer Guide to Agency Relations. You're going to read up this section right here representing you as a buyer, right? It says the buyer's interest. So I agree to represent the buyer's interest in a transaction must follow the buyer's lawful instructions, be loyal to the buyer, promote their best interest, disclose material facts to the buyer, maintain confidential information, and account for any money handled during the transaction. Those are the 6 things that are our duties. I read those out loud when I do the Ohio Consumer Guide to Agency Relations. So the reason you're signing this, Mr. Buyer, is because it's a legal agreement that I have to keep for the saying that I talked about these things. And so I'll be representing you as a buyer. That means that I'll have to follow your lawful instructions, and this is down here, this paragraph right here in the middle. Be loyal to you, promote your best interest, disclose material facts to you, maintain confidential information, and handle any money process, right? Transaction. And then I switch to the second page. I just say, this just says that Keller Williams is the best. We work with all the other real estate companies. Showing 60 client houses that we gave or something. And then down here, the fair housing statement just talks about our willingness to work with anybody regardless of race, religion, color, as long as your money's green, buy a house. Right? Mind signing that form with Mr. Buyer. Right, thank you. That's a good one. And then you have our affiliate flyer. So we also work with all these companies. We have great closing companies, home warranty companies, mortgage companies, inspection companies. We do photo. We have janitorial services. So really, whatever you need, Mr. Seller, we have an entire affiliate or affiliation with somebody who does those type of things. We can definitely help you out. And so now, what I'd like to do is go through this. What's your wish list, right? So to begin, who will be living in this home? Let's list out all the adults, children, pets that are going to be in this house.
I'm listening to you, I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, here, why don't you just take this and you can question it.
Okay.
So let's go through this. You can set me down. You can go through. I'll be your friend who I just got a pre-approval for Rocket Mortgage. We'll go from the phone call.
Hello, Mr. Brian. How are you today?
Doing well. So I just got pre-approved with Rocket Mortgage for like $250 or something. I think I'm gonna buy a house.
Oh, really? Okay, well, real estate, well, as a real estate agent, I'll be glad to help you with that process and start finding your home.
When can we sit down? When do you have time to sit down?
I'm
And go
available
over.
right now.
No, you're supposed to ask me.
Oh, okay. When do you have time to, sit
I
down?
know you're available, right?
Right. When do you have time to sit down and chat about it?
I mean, I could probably go right now. I mean, do you have time right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, let me check my.
Well, no, because you want to make sure you're prepped and prepared. So give yourself time to, at least half an hour to prep for the appointment and stuff like that, so that you look good and you're ready to go. So to give them well, I couldn't meet you right now, but I could meet you maybe in like an hour or two,
Okay.
right?
Yes, I couldn't meet you right now, but give me about an hour and a half to get things together.
So what part of town are you in? Right? So let's meet
Oh,
someone.
actually,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, so you would meet. So all right, well, let's meet up. Are you close to Montgomery? Would you want to meet at my office or what part of town are you in?
Well, yes, I can meet you in about an hour and a half after I can get some paperwork together. What side of town are you in? Are you close to Montgomery? Would you rather be at our office or, is it too far for you? I can come closer.
No, that's fine. Where's your office at?
We're located in Montgomery, on Montgomery, also Montgomery, near Kingswood Mall.
Okay. No, I could probably meet you up there about 2:00. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that would be great.
That's a trial close. Does that work for you?
Oh, does that work? If I tell them
That's,
no?
no, that's a trial close that I was using. It's a sales tactic.
Okay,
It's just embedded in my,
but that's something I should probably say.
Yeah. so, hey, I can't meet right now, but I could meet either at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Which works better for you? That's a good one. Or I can meet at 2 o'clock. Does that work for you?
Okay.
Yes.
So, is North, I'm sorry, so would you really want to come to the office?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right, so how does, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock work?
Yeah, 2 o'clock works great.
2 o'clock, okay.
Mhm.
Now should I get other contact information if I'm already on?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So before I let you go, let me get a little bit of information from you so I can be best prepared for our appointment. So, first of all, what's your full name? All right. What's the best email address for you? The one you actually check. All right, got that. And is this the best phone number for you? I see I got 513-374-4798. Is that a good one? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. And what part of town are you wanting to buy in? Okay, cool. No, that's great. So I will see you at 2 o'clock. What I'll do is I can text you my address, or I can send you an email. Which do you prefer? Or whatever. Do you want me to text you, email you? I can send you my my office address, right? Or wherever, confirm wherever you're gonna meet. I'll text you the address of the Starbucks that we're meeting at, or the house that we're meeting at, or wherever your first appointment's gonna be at, where that's gonna be at.
Okay. So, okay, that was something I was gonna ask you.
Yeah.
So if, like this lady, you said that she's interested in working with me in the next 6 months. So I'm going to be meeting her, I talked to her about this yesterday, and she said she wanted to be up with me today about something else. But would it be wise to take this information and have something just, I mean,
Yeah.
would it be wise to take something?
Just give her get that thing printed up, or get your contact information on there, get some real whatever those things are called, recommendations or whatever, or yeah, they have testimonials in there. So just make up 3, you can make them up.
Okay.
And then just print that thing out, take that, put the consumer guide in there, put the exclusive buyer agreement, and then just take it as a thing. I mean, I don't know if she's not planning on, but I would definitely give her that packet. Just be like, here's some information on the home buying process. I heard what you said the other day, and I have a lender who's really good at boosting people's credit. If you want, I can put you in touch with them. And then don't try to sell them right there, because usually if people but if she asks more questions, then say, well, that would be great. Let's schedule a time to sit down and talk about it. Don't try to be a pro out, and the thing, doctors make you come to their office, right?
Yeah.
So you can't be a pro walking through the Kenwood Mall.
Right. So, because you said when my person is always saying, yeah, I can meet you right now, because I feel like if you give them time, then it kind of fall through.
Mhm.
And so if somebody said that right now, okay, so that's why I was gonna ask you, is it not? So would you always carry this stuff to have things with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would have, not, you should have them basically 80-90% fluffed, right? And ready to go. So your seller packet and everything is set out, and all the information that you're gonna need, because you might be able to, you might stop at somebody's house, but I mean, you want to do that with a comparative market analysis. So you want to prep for those appointments. But with a buyer consult, I mean, you don't really need a whole lot. Your biggest thing is getting them to a lender that you trust so that the lender can start to do the work. Because, I mean, without a pre-approval letter, unless they have cash money, chances are that they're not going to be buying with you and they're just going to waste your time. But yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that if you want to just handle like getting an appointment so that you can actually sit down. Yeah. And even if they don't want to, like, just say this is how I operate. This is how I run my business. I mean, we could do a call over the phone, do a Google call or do a phone call, and I can send you the paperwork and we can go through each one that way. But I just want to make sure, that you have a full scope of everything, that we're going to go through so that there's no miscommunication during the transaction. But yeah, your next step with her is to get her to a lender who's going to help her fix her credit. If she already knows she's got bad credit and she's trying to fix it herself, it may make it worse, and may not get her to the goal she wants fast enough. That's why I like go use an expert. Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty much told me like books.
Mhm.
And she said she had went through this process before trying to find out. That's why she chose to just fix her credit. So she said, I went through this before, so I decided to do myself a good thing.
These guys will do it for free,
Oh, right.
so
Okay.
shouldn't have to pay anybody.
Now that they do it for free.
Part of the, I mean, if you're trying to get somebody to buy a house with you and they come to you with like a 600 credit and need a 620, I mean, and you can figure out, for them, they just have this loan program, they just bought a program that, so it and then gave access to all their loan officers. So, I mean, but that would be, you could show her your professional, give her a folder full of stuff, with all the paperwork that she needs, build her out a file and an opportunity in command, so that, she has her own opportunity as a buyer. You can start putting, hey, stuff in there. You can build out like her documents, and then, when she's ready, send those over for signing, through DocuSign.
So I'm sure is there a plan for, I don't know, something that's specific to say opportunity in 6 months, but like working on purpose? I don't know. Like, is there something that's specific?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. So I would have to close stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, you want to plug everything in. You have to look at like command. I look at it this way. I look at it like, special agent for the CIA, right? And I have to do human intelligence collection. My task is to find out who's wanting to buy and sell houses, and then convert those people. And appointments, get what they need, or paperwork. You want to role play that?
I know. I mean, I know she's not gonna be like, so she knows I'm gonna pay for that.
Who cares?
Because I wasn't expecting, oh, I want to work with you. I was like, okay. You want to meet tomorrow? Okay.
The only thing you can do is be prepared.
Yeah.
And if you're prepared, you won't be worried that you're doing. And you want to throw it back on them so that you're asking all these questions.
Right.
That's what makes you look like a professional.
I
You
you
know
just
where-
read off of this thing.
Yeah,
right?
seriously, I do. I've been doing this for 9 years, I still read off.
Okay, and then you give it to them at the end, like, hey, here, take this with you.
Yeah, so you want to keep notes on a separate.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, you could give that to them at the end. And then, it just, like I said, I mean, separate two. And yeah, I mean, for me, like I have like little kid books and buyer books that I give out. I have like Your First Home or something like that, I think it's called, from Gary Keller wrote it. So I'll give my clients that book. Um,
That's what I'm going to take this. I am going to take this today. So she has it, and it's customized.
all right, get to customizing it. This class is over.
But does it matter if I don't have my business name or anything on it?
No,
Okay,
it's,
as long as it's not.
yeah, none of that shit matters. People.
Thank you so much.
Well, make sure you print out those consultation documents too. Exclusive buyer rep agreement, get all that stuff prepped. So you can do that straight through command. You're gonna go into that contact, whoever that person is, go into the contact, create opportunity. I can walk you through that if you're interested. So what I'm doing right now is a project of building out my dream. So I realized that agents would be a lot more effective if they knew what we were coaching them to, right? Like if you knew what you were supposed to do, but they come in and you get 10 different things from 10 different people.
Yeah.
And the problem is we already have a model and an ideal of how to make this. That's through Gary Keller's red book. So if it's like the minute somebody walks into the Keller Williams store and signs up, they should be getting a copy of this red book. Because none of this shit will make sense. And you won't understand why you're doing any of this stuff or why you're even being told this stuff if you don't read his Millionaire Real Estate Agent book. Because all of us want to be a millionaire real estate agent. He laid out this brilliant business book on how to do that for the real estate industry. Back in the 80s, is sold millions of copies, and it's the basis for our entire company and all of the training and everything like that you're going to do. It's all based all around this book. And so if you don't know this book and you don't know, like, that's what
What you're getting out of
I was talking to this girl and she was on the ALC and never even read the book. I'm like, all right, so our leaders in the offices haven't read Gary's book. So like, how are you supposed to really, why would you even come to class to learn this stuff if you haven't read the basis of it? It's like, it's like going to Crossroads and they're teaching you something from, Philippians, but you never read the Bible. So you like, this little quote from Philippians that has no context. You know what I mean?
No, that's.
So I would get a copy of that and read that. You could buy a copy from these guys, like they have them sitting right up.
Yeah.
But that's the book you need to read. Every single person who comes to this company needs to read it. It's called just ask for the red book. It's called The Millionaire Real Estate Agent
Oh, okay.
by Gary Keller.
Okay.
There's a red one, blue one, green one, yellow one. They made all the colors. The red one. That's like the basis of the model system, why we're scaling our businesses, why we do 10 daily calls, like why we do these things.
That's a good point, because in some of these classes, so like with the SOI, the first week, they say it in every class, right? They say it's and I just was like, I don't understand, I just could not understand why is that the most important part of it. Piece of like, I guess, getting smart business. I just couldn't understand.
It's because the people already know you, love you, and trust you, generally. Because these are people that you know. And so like, if I called you and gave you an update on the market, right? You don't really know me that well, right? You're just like, well, you know, I mean, you guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But you don't really trust me because you don't know me very well. But if I called my mom or I called my wife, who does know me really well, she would trust me a lot more if I gave her real estate advice because she knows me better. And so that's why you know your sphere is so important because you can call these people and you know in this book they laid out the models and systems for calculating how many calls you do to what your net income could be. So if you do 10 calls a day to a 900 person database, then you can, you know, calculate your efficiency. So if you communicate really well with them, you could get probably a 10%, you know, referral rating or feedback, right? So you could sell maybe 10% of it. That's 90 houses. That's a huge number of business. If you did 3%, that's 27 houses. That's still a very good number of business, you know. And so based on your calculation of your number of people that you pulled out of your phone, so I would look and see how many contacts did I download. 900 is the key number, you know, to getting 27 houses, and at 27 houses, yeah. So 900 contacts will get you 27 houses, 27 at, let's say, $350,000 a house. That's $9.4 million in houses. That's $283,000 in gross commission income. So minus whatever it cost you to do that, you know, do that sale. So you're looking, you know, realistically, you know, making 180, 200 grand a year on 27 houses and 900 people. So if you just consistently call those people every day, like it's your job, because it is, then you'll find out of there enough appointments to, yeah. So like, let's say, you know, let's say out of those things, you get 10% of them get you a referral, get you an appointment, right? So you have 90 appointments and, you know, out of those 90 appointments, you end up selling 27, right? So that means 63 of them don't sell or whatever, you know, because like, you know, buyers, I mean, I get so many buyer leads, you know, and I'd say, you know, well, I mean, yeah, I would say 1 out of 10 is probably, you know, ready to work with me. So, yes, I mean, if you're using like a buyer lead, that, you know, if you're spending all your fucking time on somebody who can't buy for 6 months or 12 months or whatever, what are you doing, right? Like, so, I don't know.
I guess I just looked at it as if, because a lot of the people in my contacts, I know who they are.
Mhm.
And maybe make that 5, 10, 4.
So you're not calling for them.
Right, but how can you refer services if you never used it? How can you refer someone to use services that you?
They trust you, right?
I mean, yeah, outside it's like, yeah, they love you.
So that's it. So because, you know, and because you're gonna start calling them and giving them a quarterly update with what you think, you know, how you feel like the market is. So what's the market like? I mean, if you called all those people and you gave them a little market update, you said, hey, you know, right now it looks like, you know, buyer, you know, another good buyer year. So if you're trying to sell, like, your houses are starting to sell quickly and getting a lot of buyer activity. Rates have been pretty consistent over the last 3 months. What, you know, what questions do you have about the market?
Yeah, my perspective changed.
Right.
If somebody who came in and they worded it a little different, I can see it now. Because I just, but like you said, it's like understanding why it's being taught. Because I'm not, I wouldn't know why.
Right.
Everything. That's the only way it makes sense to me. And I can pass it along to somebody else.
I wanted to do workshops. I got real frustrated because I was doing a lot of teaching and I wanted to do workshops and like, and I didn't understand why we had people run around here teaching classes who never even read Gary Keller's book. And I'm like, because all this is like trickle down little snippets of that book.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So every single one of these Ignite courses is basically just a small little snippet
What
of,
are you talking about?
turned into its own course.
Wow.
And so they just do it into little chapters,
Wow.
of what this entire book talks about. And that's what I've been, the project I'm working on right now for myself is I'm taking that book and building out the methodology so that all these questions that you have, so that you can come in here on day one, sit down and command and know exactly what you need to do. Or like you pick out you look at your calendar and you say, all right, I want to do 4 events, and then we pick out the dates. I want to do, I want to advertise just listing, just sold, whatever. Do that. Just have like a menu selection, like what you need, your basic starter kit. Keller Williams already has, just what he's implementing it for the agents. And then, create like your transactional, like what you need to do for each phase of the transaction. And then just teach to that and just, people just make their calls and then you coach to skill and build their skills up, so that you get better at those conversations, better at understanding paperwork, things like that. Then you can, because they're doing the same thing, they're calling 10 people a day, their SOI, and maybe trying to add, whoever else they add 20 people a week, or that number. Because that number is directly tied to your business, right?
Yeah.
If you're communicating with 1,800 people and you still carry the same, numbers, right? So like, 900 people at 0.03%, so 3% say yes, or they send you, right? That's 27 houses. If you have 1,800 people, that number doubles. So now you're selling 54 houses. At 54 houses at $350,000. I mean, now it's 18.9 in sales, making over $500,000. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? So it's all a numbers game. It's all a numbers game, and just knowing what to do. How do you get to those numbers? And it's literally just calling like 900 people every quarter, and the same people, so that you can build that consistency out.
Yeah.
And they think of you as their go-to agent. And on top of it, you're using the smart plans that are in there, like the biweekly neighborhood nurture, sending a newsletter if you want to do that, like whatever you want. You're sending those things out as well to help.
Yeah, I said, I'm like, I could tell there's a lot of opportunity in understanding.
Right. Well, and then see, that's the third piece. So you got the book, then you have these courses, which are outdated. But they all have like little snippets, of gold in them. But they're all directly from one book. And then you have the software, and you have they're teaching the how-tos, like how to set up your database or how to do this or whatever. You're teaching you how-tos, but they're not teaching you how to effectively use it, on a daily basis in accordance with Gary Keller's book. That's what I'm working on right now. That's the project I'm working on. And I think it's gonna make, I told my wife, I was like, this is what's gonna make me a millionaire, not selling real estate. Being able to explain how to do this system so that people can do it with more ease and with less confusion.
Absolutely, because then
100%.
Yeah, so yeah, that was.
Yeah, you have more successful agents. You have them doing, I mean, what are they gonna say? We don't like your methodology. All right, great, go to Coldwell Banker because my methodology is based off of exactly what Gary Keller is telling you to do.
Right.
And so now you can hold yourself accountable straight through our software
Yeah, I think it's an amazing software.
and just read it, and then you can read, like if you had a coach, like that's what I'm looking at, like how am I gonna coach differently? Because I'm gonna coach straight out of here. Did you knock out all your tasks, right? All right, if you did knock out all your tasks, how many appointments and stuff did you set? Any? Did you get any referrals or anything like that? And then, because you can see it all right there, right? I can see how many opportunity you created. How many did you lose?
Oh, our coaches can see this?
Well, if you give
Oh,
access to
Oh,
it, yeah. But they should, but no, they're not paying attention to that stuff. That's what I'm about to revolutionize this company. I'm telling you, it's coming. Thanks for coming, Steve.
thank you.
Like it was one of those credit cards. And I found out that this is a double check. Yeah. You guys.
Thank you.
And then you could ask Peyton or Jenna or something. That would probably help you put all that stuff together.
We got it.
A little bit.
All